If you're still awake and the night feels heavy, you're not here by accident. Settle in, slow your breathing, and let this true crime story carry your thoughts somewhere quiet. If this helps you relax, leave a like and tell me where you're listening from. This is episode 93. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a child who vanished while the world around her continued as if nothing had happened, about a mother who spoke casually while hiding something unbearable, and about a case that divided public opinion so deeply that it is still argued years later. This is a story about deception layered on top of routine, about lies told so smoothly they sounded rehearsed, and about a little girl whose life ended long before anyone realized she was gone. This is the true story of Kaylee Anthony. In the summer of 2008, Orlando, Florida was hot, humid, and busy with tourists. Life moved quickly. People went to work, families went on vacation, and days blurred together. Casey Anthony lived with her parents, Cindy and George, in a modest home along with her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee. To the outside world, Casey appeared carefree, social, and focused on enjoying her youth. She spent time with friends, went out at night, and talked often about her independence. Behind that image was a life built on avoidance. Casey had no steady job, despite claiming she worked for Universal Studios. She often left Kaylee in the care of her parents, especially Cindy, who had essentially become the child's primary caregiver. Kaylee was bright, affectionate, and deeply attached to her grandmother. She was a presence in the house, always visible, always heard. Then suddenly, she was gone. Kaylee Anthony was last seen in mid-June 2008. For 31 days, no missing person report was filed. During that month, Casey continued living her life. She attended parties. She was photographed smiling. She entered a hot dog eating contest. She told friends Kaylee was staying with a nanny named Zenaida Gonzalez, a woman who did not exist. When Cindy Anthony finally reported Kaylee missing on July 15th, she did so with urgency and fear. She told the 911 operator that she had not seen her granddaughter in a month and that her daughter's car smelled like a dead body. That statement would echo throughout the investigation. Police began questioning Casey immediately. Her behavior was unsettling. She did not cry. She did not demand immediate searches. She spoke casually, offering detailed explanations that unraveled under basic scrutiny. She led investigators to Universal Studios, confidently walking through employee-only areas before admitting she had never worked there. Each lie seemed improvised, stacked on top of another, as if truth had become optional. Investigators searched the Anthony home. They found no sign of struggle, no blood, no obvious crime scene. But they did find duct tape, household chemicals, and suspicious stains in Casey's car trunk. Forensic experts would later testify that the trunk showed signs consistent with human decomposition. As the case grew, media attention exploded. Casey Anthony became a national fixation. She was labeled cold, detached, and manipulative. Her jailhouse behavior only fueled public anger. She appeared relaxed. She joked with guards. She received tattoos. To many watching, it looked like a woman unburdened by grief. Months later, in December 2008, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than half a mile from the Anthony home. The remains were identified as Kaylee's. Her skull was found with duct tape placed over the mouth and nose area. The cause of death could not be determined conclusively due to decomposition, but homicide was listed as the manner of death. The discovery shattered any lingering hope. Prosecutors argued that Casey Anthony had murdered her daughter, possibly using chloroform, and had disposed of her body before continuing life as usual. They painted a picture of a young woman who saw motherhood as an inconvenience and chose freedom over responsibility. They pointed to internet searches for chloroform, the smell in the trunk, and the duct tape as evidence of intent. The defense told a different story. They argued that Kaylee's death was an accident, that she drowned in the family pool, and that Casey's father helped cover it up. They portrayed Casey as emotionally stunted, fearful, and raised in a dysfunctional household where lying was a survival mechanism. They argued that the prosecution had no definitive proof of how Kaylee died. The trial, which began in 2011, became a spectacle. Every expression Casey made was analyzed. Jurors were scrutinized. Experts debated forensic evidence endlessly. The case was built largely on circumstantial evidence, interpretation, and behavior rather than direct proof. When the verdict came, it stunned the nation. Casey Anthony was found not guilty of murder. She was convicted only of lying to law enforcement and sentenced to time already served. Public outrage was immediate and intense. Many believed justice had failed. Others argued that the prosecution had overreached and failed to meet the burden of proof required by law. The divide remains to this day. Kaylee Anthony was remembered as a joyful child with bright eyes and a trusting smile. Her short life became overshadowed by adult failures, legal arguments, and unanswered questions. She never got the chance to grow up, to explain what happened, or to be protected when she needed it most. What makes this case so deeply unsettling is not only the loss of a child, but the silence that surrounded it. A month passed before anyone sounded the alarm. A life ended while the world continued moving. Lies filled the space where urgency should have been. The story of Kaylee Anthony is a reminder that some crimes do not begin with violence. They begin with neglect, denial, and avoidance. They unfold quietly, hidden behind normal routines, until the damage is irreversible. And sometimes, even when the truth feels obvious, certainty never arrives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted kindness when she should have questioned it, about a predator who hid behind charm and helpfulness, and about a crime that unfolded slowly, leaving behind confusion, guilt, and unanswered questions for years. This is a story about how danger can wear a friendly face, about how routine interactions can turn fatal, and about a disappearance that haunted an entire community long after the truth was revealed. This is the true story of Elizabeth Smart. In June of 2002, Salt Lake City, Utah was quiet and deeply familiar to the Smart family. Elizabeth Smart was 14 years old, the eldest daughter in a large, close-knit household. She was responsible, musical, and deeply connected to her family. Her life revolved around school, church, and home. Nothing about her routine suggested vulnerability. She slept in a bedroom she shared with her younger sister, surrounded by the comfort of home that had always felt safe. That sense of safety vanished in the early hours of June 5th. Elizabeth was asleep when she was awakened by a man standing beside her bed. He spoke softly but firmly. He held a knife. He told her to be quiet. Her sister, frozen with fear, watched as Elizabeth was led out of the room. The man warned that if she screamed or resisted, he would kill her family. Within minutes, Elizabeth was gone. Her sister immediately ran to their parents. Police arrived quickly. The house was searched. Doors were checked. Windows examined. There were no obvious signs of forced entry. Panic spread through the neighborhood. News of the abduction reached national media within hours. Volunteers searched nearby areas. Roadblocks were set up. Elizabeth's face was broadcast across the country. Investigators learned that the family had previously hired a man named Brian David Mitchell to do odd jobs around the house. He was remembered as strange but polite, deeply religious in an unsettling way, and prone to rambling speeches. He had been inside the home before. He knew the layout. He knew where Elizabeth slept. Mitchell became a person of interest almost immediately. Despite this, days turned into weeks without progress. Elizabeth had vanished completely. There were no ransom demands, no sightings, no calls. The case began to feel heavier with each passing day. Her family clung to hope, speaking publicly, praying openly, refusing to believe she was gone forever. 9 months passed. During that time, Elizabeth was alive. She was held captive by Brian Mitchell and his wife, Wanda Barzy. They moved frequently, setting up camps in remote areas, blending into homeless communities, and avoiding attention. Mitchell controlled Elizabeth through fear, religious manipulation, and constant threats. He changed her name. He disguised her appearance. He forced her to live as a silent companion, telling her that obedience was the only way her family would survive. Several times, Elizabeth was in public. She walked city streets. She rode buses. She stood near police officers. But she was hidden in plain sight. Mitchell coached her on what to say. He told her that if she spoke out, her family would be killed. Trauma, fear, and confusion kept her silent. In March 2003, nearly 9 months after the abduction, a breakthrough finally came. Police officers noticed a man and woman walking with a young girl near downtown Salt Lake City. Something about the group felt wrong. The girl avoided eye contact. She appeared malnourished. The man spoke for her. Officers stopped them for questioning. When Elizabeth was asked her name, she hesitated. Then she spoke. Her identity was confirmed almost immediately. Elizabeth Smart was rescued alive. The relief was overwhelming, but the case was far from over. As details emerged, the full extent of the trauma became clear. Mitchell had subjected Elizabeth to repeated abuse. He had isolated her completely from reality. He had convinced her that escape meant death for those she loved. Brian David Mitchell was arrested and charged with kidnapping and sexual assault. Wanda Barzee was also charged for her role in the crime. The legal process stretched on for years, complicated by questions of mental competency and responsibility. Mitchell was eventually found competent to stand trial. In 2011, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Barzee was sentenced separately for her participation. Elizabeth Smart survived, but her childhood ended the night she was taken from her bed. In the years that followed, she chose to speak publicly, advocating for victims and changing how society understands trauma and survival. She rejected the idea that silence means consent or weakness. She made it clear that survival often looks quiet, compliant, and invisible. What makes this story especially unsettling is how close rescue came, again and again, without happening. How easily Mitchell blended into the background. How fear can erase a person's voice even when help is nearby. Elizabeth Smart's story is not just about a crime. It is about endurance, about the mind's ability to adapt under terror, and about how survival does not always look heroic in the moment. Sometimes survival is simply staying alive long enough for someone to notice. And sometimes, against all odds, that moment finally comes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared while going about an ordinary day, about a family that trusted the systems meant to protect them, and about a crime that unfolded slowly, quietly, and almost invisibly. This is a story about missed warnings, about manipulation hidden behind charm, and about a predator who operated in plain sight for years before the truth finally caught up to him. This is the true story of Kristen Smart. In May of 1996, Kristen Smart was a 19-year-old freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. She was friendly, independent, and excited about college life. She called her parents often. She made plans for the future. She was known for being responsible and cautious, not the type to vanish without explanation. On the night of May 24th, Kristen attended an off-campus party near the university. It was loud, crowded, and filled with students celebrating the end of the school year. Kristen became intoxicated and struggled to walk on her own. Several students noticed her condition and tried to help her get back to her dorm safely. One of those students was Paul Flores. Flores insisted on walking Kristen home. Witnesses later recalled that Kristen appeared uncomfortable but too impaired to argue. She was last seen around 2 in the morning, walking with Flores toward the dorms. He was the final confirmed person to see her alive. Kristen never arrived at her dorm room. When she failed to show up for work the next morning, friends became concerned. Her parents were contacted. Police were notified. Searches began almost immediately, covering campus buildings, nearby fields, and wooded areas. Flyers were distributed. Students were questioned. The campus atmosphere shifted from carefree to fearful within hours. Paul Flores quickly drew attention. His statements to police were inconsistent. He claimed he left Kristen near her dorm and walked away. But witnesses contradicted him. Some reported hearing sounds near his dorm room that night. Others described his behavior as nervous and evasive. Despite this, there was no physical evidence tying him directly to a crime. Days turned into weeks. Searches expanded. Cadaver dogs alerted near Flores's dorm room, but no body was found. His room was eventually cleaned and reassigned. Potential evidence was lost. The trail went cold. Kristen Smart had disappeared without a trace. For years, the case remained unresolved. Paul Flores was questioned repeatedly, but never charged. He moved away. Life went on for many people, but not for the Smart family. Kristen's parents refused to let her name fade. They organized searches, distributed flyers, and kept pressure on law enforcement. They spoke to the media constantly, reminding the public that their daughter was still missing. Over time, disturbing patterns emerged. Women began coming forward with stories about Paul Flores. They described unwanted advances, inappropriate behavior, and assaults. Some said he had drugged them. Others said they had narrowly escaped dangerous situations involving him. Yet still, no charges were filed related to Kristen's disappearance. Decades passed. Then, advances in technology and renewed investigative effort finally reopened doors that had long been closed. In 2020, law enforcement executed new search warrants on properties connected to Paul Flores and his father. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the deck of his father's home. Soil samples showed signs consistent with human decomposition. The findings were grim. Prosecutors alleged that Kristen Smart had been murdered and buried beneath the deck, then later moved to another location. Although her body has never been recovered, the evidence told a story of concealment, assistance, and silence. In 2021, Paul Flores was arrested and charged with Kristen Smart's murder. His father was charged as an accessory after the fact. The arrests came nearly 25 years after Kristen vanished. During the trial, prosecutors laid out a narrative built on witness testimony, forensic findings, and patterns of behavior. They argued that Paul Flores had taken advantage of an intoxicated Kristen, killed her, and relied on his family's help to hide the crime. The defense claimed there was no body, no definitive proof, and no certainty. But the jury listened carefully. In 2022, Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder. His father was acquitted of accessory charges, but the central truth remained. Kristen Smart had been taken, killed, and hidden, while the man responsible lived freely for decades. Kristen Smart's body has still never been found. What makes this story especially haunting is the length of time it took for accountability to arrive. A young woman vanished from a college campus surrounded by people. Warning signs were present early. Suspicions were strong. Yet years passed before action was taken. Kristen's parents never stopped searching. Their persistence kept the case alive when it could have been forgotten. Their refusal to move on forced the truth back into the light. This case is a reminder that justice does not always arrive quickly. Sometimes it moves slowly, burdened by mistakes, fear, and hesitation. But sometimes, even after decades, it still finds its way. Kristen Smart was 19 years old when her life was taken. She should have returned home that night. She should have been protected. Instead, she became a name that echoed for years, carried forward by a family that refused to let silence win. And because of that refusal, the story did not end in disappearance. It ended in truth. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared in a place designed for safety, about a man who understood systems better than people, and about a crime that unfolded quietly inside institutions meant to protect the vulnerable. This is a story about trust misplaced, about authority abused, and about how evil can operate for years behind locked doors without ever raising suspicion. This is the true story of Larry Nassar. For decades, Larry Nassar lived a life that appeared disciplined, respectable, and devoted to helping others. He was a doctor, a husband, and a father. He worked with elite athletes, young gymnasts whose lives revolve around training, pain tolerance, and trust in authority. Parents saw him as a guardian of their children's health. Coaches relied on him. Institutions elevated him. No one imagined that behind closed doors, that trust was being systematically violated. Larry Nassar began working with gymnasts while they were still children. Many were barely teenagers when they first encountered him. He presented himself as gentle, knowledgeable, and caring. He explained procedures in medical language that sounded complex but reassuring. He positioned parents nearby, creating the illusion of transparency. He normalized discomfort. He framed pain as treatment. For years, young athletes felt confusion they could not name. They were told what was happening was necessary. They were told it was medical. They were told this was how recovery worked. Many felt uneasy, violated, and ashamed, but they trusted the adults around them. They trusted the institutions that had placed this man in a position of authority. Larry Nassar understood that silence was his greatest ally. He exploited the culture of obedience in elite sports, where questioning authority is discouraged and pain is normalized. He exploited parents who believed doctors over children. He exploited systems that valued medals, funding, and reputation over discomfort and doubt. Complaints were made. They were ignored, dismissed, or misunderstood. Some girls were told they were mistaken. Others were told the procedures were legitimate. Reports disappeared into bureaucratic silence. Each failure reinforced Nassar's confidence that he was untouchable. For nearly 2 decades, the abuse continued. It was not until 2016 that the truth finally began to break through. A group of survivors came forward publicly describing experiences that were strikingly similar. The details matched. The language matched. The patterns were undeniable. What had once been isolated whispers became a chorus that could no longer be ignored. Investigations revealed that Nassar had abused hundreds of girls and young women across multiple institutions, including USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University. Internal documents showed missed opportunities to stop him years earlier. Warnings had been received. Red flags had been raised. And yet, the system had protected itself instead. When Larry Nassar was arrested, the image of him shifted instantly. The calm doctor became a defendant. The respected professional became exposed. But even then, the full weight of his crimes was not yet understood. During sentencing, something extraordinary happened. Survivors were given the opportunity to speak. One by one, they stepped forward. Some were nervous. Some were composed. Some were shaking. They described how Nassar's actions had followed them into adulthood, shaping their relationships, their sense of safety, and their trust in authority. They spoke about confusion, guilt, and the burden of silence. They spoke not only for themselves, but for those who were still afraid to come forward. Larry Nassar listened. At times, he looked down. At times, he appeared unmoved. When he finally spoke, his words were hollow, technical, and insufficient. The contrast between his detached tone and the emotional weight of the testimonies only deepened the sense of betrayal. In 2018, Larry Nassar was sentenced to multiple life sentences in prison. But the case did not end there. Institutions were forced to confront their failures. Lawsuits followed. Leadership resigned. Policies were rewritten. The public reckoning extended beyond one man to the systems that had enabled him. The survivors had not only exposed a predator, but a culture that had allowed him to operate unchecked. What makes this story especially disturbing is how long it took to unfold. Not because evidence was unavailable, but because it was inconvenient. The truth existed quietly, waiting for enough voices to make ignoring it impossible. Larry Nassar did not rely on secrecy alone. He relied on credibility, on credentials, on the assumption that authority deserves trust. And for years, that assumption protected him more effectively than any lock or thread ever could. The survivors who came forward changed that. Their courage reshaped how institutions respond to abuse. Their voices forced accountability where silence had once lived. Their stories transformed pain into exposure. This case stands as a reminder that evil does not always look violent or chaotic. Sometimes it looks professional. Sometimes it wears a lab coat. Sometimes it hides in routine, protected by reputation and fear. And sometimes the most powerful act is not survival alone, but speaking when the system expects silence. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who slowly realized that the person she trusted most was also the person she needed to fear, about a family that watched warning signs pile up while being powerless to stop what was coming, and about a crime that unfolded over years rather than moments. This is a story about control that tightened quietly, about isolation disguised as love, and about a disappearance that ended in one of the most devastating conclusions imaginable. This is the true story of Chris Watts and the murder of his family. In the quiet suburbs of Frederick, Colorado, life moved at an even, predictable pace. Rows of similar houses lined clean streets. Neighbors waved politely but kept to themselves. Chris Watts lived there with his wife Sean Ann and their two daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, the family looked ordinary and even aspirational. Sean Ann was active on social media, sharing moments from their lives, posting about motherhood, work, and family routines. Chris appeared calm, reserved, and dependable, a man who rarely raised his voice and avoided conflict. Inside the home, however, cracks were forming. Sean Ann was strong-willed, outspoken, and deeply invested in her family. Chris was emotionally withdrawn and increasingly distant. Over time, Chris began detaching quietly. He stopped engaging. He avoided conversations. He responded with silence rather than argument. Friends noticed that Sean Ann was anxious, trying desperately to hold things together, sensing something was wrong, but unable to identify exactly what it was. What Sean Ann did not know was that Chris was living a separate emotional life. He had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. With her, he presented himself as a man starting over, someone unburdened by family responsibilities. He spoke about wanting freedom, about feeling trapped, about imagining a different life. The relationship intensified quickly. Chris began to view his family not as people, but as obstacles. In August 2018, Shannon traveled to Arizona for a work trip. She was pregnant with their third child. While she was gone, Chris continued seeing Nicole, reinforcing the fantasy of a life without his family. When Shannon returned home late on the night of August 12th, something inside Chris had already shifted beyond return. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would dismantle the illusion of normalcy forever. That morning, Chris Watts reported his wife and daughters missing. He claimed Sean Ann had taken the children and left after an emotional conversation. He appeared calm when police arrived. He stood on his front lawn, speaking softly, asking for their return. But his demeanor felt wrong. There was no urgency, no panic, just stillness. As investigators entered the home, they noticed immediately that Shanann's car was still there. Her purse was inside. Her phone was found between couch cushions. Her medication was untouched. These were things she never left behind. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, loading items into it for nearly an hour. The story Chris told began to unravel almost immediately. Police interviews revealed inconsistencies. Chris avoided eye contact. His answers were vague. When asked direct questions, he paused too long, as if calculating rather than remembering. Investigators asked him to take a polygraph. He agreed. He failed. Confronted with the results, Chris first claimed that Shannon had killed their daughters and that he had killed her in a moment of rage. The confession did not hold. Evidence contradicted it. The truth, when it finally emerged, was far worse. Chris admitted that he had strangled Sean Ann in their bedroom. He admitted that his daughters were still alive afterward. He loaded their bodies into his truck and drove to an oil site where he worked. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and disposed of their bodies in oil tanks. He buried Sean Ann in a shallow grave nearby. The calmness with which he described these acts stunned investigators. There was no explosion of anger, no loss of control. It was methodical, planned, quiet. As details became public, the nation struggled to reconcile the image of Chris Watts with the reality of his actions. Interviews surfaced where he smiled awkwardly, pleading for his family's return, knowing exactly where they were. Body camera footage captured him standing in his empty home, detached and eerily composed. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved her children fiercely and fought to hold her family together even when it was slipping away. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, their trust, and their innocence. The case remains deeply unsettling, not because of mystery, but because of clarity. There was no unknown intruder, no complicated conspiracy, just a man who decided that erasing his family was easier than confronting the life he had built. What makes this story linger is how ordinary it began. There were no obvious warning signs that screamed danger, just silence, withdrawal, emotional absence, and a slow internal shift that no one else could see. It is a reminder that some of the most devastating crimes are not driven by chaos, but by quiet decisions made long before the final act. Decisions that unfold behind closed doors, hidden beneath routine, until the damage is irreversible. And when the truth finally arrives, it does not come with drama. It comes with emptiness, a house that will never feel full again, and a question that has no answer. How did something so ordinary end in something so final? Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Villy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their two daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18, 1986, during a snowstorm, Hella disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Hella explaining her absence. But Hella's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Hella would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Hella's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Hella's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Hella. They found a tooth cap that Hella's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Hella used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Hella's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Hella's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Hella's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Hella's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Hella had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Hella's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Hella Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Hella's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Hella would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the Elderly and Infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amount she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who slowly realized that the person she trusted most was also the person she needed to fear, about a family that watched warning signs pile up while being powerless to stop what was coming, and about a crime that unfolded over years rather than moments. This is a story about control that tightened quietly, about isolation disguised as love, and about a disappearance that ended in one of the most devastating conclusions imaginable. This is the true story of Chris Watts and the murder of his family. In the quiet suburbs of Frederick, Colorado, life moved at an even, predictable pace. Rows of similar houses lined clean streets. Neighbors waved politely but kept to themselves. Chris Watts lived there with his wife Sean Ann and their two daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, the family looked ordinary and even aspirational. Sean Ann was active on social media, sharing moments from their lives, posting about motherhood, work, and family routines. Chris appeared calm, reserved, and dependable, a man who rarely raised his voice and avoided conflict. Inside the home, however, cracks were forming. Sean Ann was strong-willed, outspoken, and deeply invested in her family. Chris was emotionally withdrawn and increasingly distant. Over time, Chris began detaching quietly. He stopped engaging. He avoided conversations. He responded with silence rather than argument. Friends noticed that Sean Ann was anxious, trying desperately to hold things together, sensing something was wrong, but unable to identify exactly what it was. What Sean Ann did not know was that Chris was living a separate emotional life. He had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. With her, he presented himself as a man starting over, someone unburdened by family responsibilities. He spoke about wanting freedom, about feeling trapped, about imagining a different life. The relationship intensified quickly. Chris began to view his family not as people, but as obstacles. In August 2018, Sean traveled to Arizona for a work trip. She was pregnant with their third child. While she was gone, Chris continued seeing Nicole, reinforcing the fantasy of a life without his family. When Sean Ann returned home late on the night of August 12th, something inside Chris had already shifted beyond return. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would dismantle the illusion of normalcy forever. That morning, Chris Watts reported his wife and daughters missing. He claimed Sean Ann had taken the children and left after an emotional conversation. He appeared calm when police arrived. He stood on his front lawn, speaking softly, asking for their return. But his demeanor felt wrong. There was no urgency, no panic, just stillness. As investigators entered the home, they noticed immediately that Shanann's car was still there. Her purse was inside. Her phone was found between couch cushions. Her medication was untouched. These were things she never left behind. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, loading items into it for nearly an hour. The story Chris told began to unravel almost immediately. Police interviews revealed inconsistencies. Chris avoided eye contact. His answers were vague. When asked direct questions, he paused too long, as if calculating rather than remembering. Investigators asked him to take a polygraph. He agreed. He failed. Confronted with the results, Chris first claimed that Sean Ann had killed their daughters and that he had killed her in a moment of rage. The confession did not hold. Evidence contradicted it. The truth, when it finally emerged, was far worse. Chris admitted that he had strangled Sean Ann in their bedroom. He admitted that his daughters were still alive afterward. He loaded their bodies into his truck and drove to an oil site where he worked. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and disposed of their bodies in oil tanks. He buried Sean Ann in a shallow grave nearby. The calmness with which he described these acts stunned investigators. There was no explosion of anger, no loss of control. It was methodical, planned, quiet. As details became public, the nation struggled to reconcile the image of Chris Watts with the reality of his actions. Interviews surfaced where he smiled awkwardly, pleading for his family's return, knowing exactly where they were. Body camera footage captured him standing in his empty home, detached and eerily composed. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved her children fiercely and fought to hold her family together even when it was slipping away. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, their trust, and their innocence. The case remains deeply unsettling, not because of mystery, but because of clarity. There was no unknown intruder, no complicated conspiracy, just a man who decided that erasing his family was easier than confronting the life he had built. What makes this story linger is how ordinary it began. There were no obvious warning signs that screamed danger, just silence, withdrawal, emotional absence, and a slow internal shift that no one else could see. It is a reminder that some of the most devastating crimes are not driven by chaos, but by quiet decisions made long before the final act. Decisions that unfold behind closed doors, hidden beneath routine, until the damage is irreversible. And when the truth finally arrives, it does not come with drama. It comes with emptiness, a house that will never feel full again, and a question that has no answer. How did something so ordinary end in something so final? Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about obsession disguised as love, about a relationship that burned intensely, collapsed violently, and ended in one of the most disturbing murders ever presented in a courtroom. This is a story where nearly every answer came from the killer herself, and each version made the truth darker. In the mid-2000s, Travis Alexander lived in Mesa, Arizona. He was charismatic, well-spoken, deeply religious, and socially successful. Friends described him as confident and ambitious, someone who enjoyed attention and had no trouble attracting people. In 2006, he met Jodi Arias at a work conference. The connection was immediate and intense. Jodi became deeply attached very quickly. She moved closer to Travis, changed her appearance, adopted his interests, and began reshaping her identity around him. Their relationship was volatile from the beginning, passionate, on again, off again, emotionally charged, and unstable. Travis tried to distance himself, but Jodi resisted every attempt at separation. Friends noticed the imbalance. Jodi monitored Travis constantly. She appeared uninvited. She left messages. She followed him. What Travis viewed as a relationship that had ended, Jodi viewed as something she still owned. On June 4th, 2008, Travis Alexander was found dead in a shower. He had been stabbed 27 times. His throat had been slashed from ear to ear. He had also been shot in the head. The scene was brutal, intimate, and deeply personal. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a robbery. Nothing suggested a random attack. Investigators immediately suspected someone Travis knew. As police searched the house, they found a digital camera damaged, but intact enough to recover images. What they discovered would become central to the case. The camera contained photos taken on the day of the murder. Intimate photos, casual photos, and then a sequence showing Travis injured and bleeding moments before his death. The final images captured Travis collapsing. The timestamp placed the murder squarely in the afternoon. Investigators followed the digital trail. Phone records, emails, travel records. All signs pointed toward Jodi Arias. She initially denied being in Arizona at the time. She claimed she had not seen Travis in months. That lie fell apart quickly. Jodi changed her story. She admitted being at Travis's house, but claimed 2 intruders attacked them. That story collapsed under evidence. Then she claimed the killing was an act of self-defense. Each version contradicted the last. Each explanation raised more questions. Forensic evidence told a clearer story. Blood patterns showed Travis was attacked, while vulnerable. Defensive wounds indicated he tried to escape. The number of injuries showed sustained aggression, not panic. The gunshot wound came last, suggesting a final, deliberate act. The trial began in 2013 and became a media spectacle. Jodi Arias took the stand in her own defense. For 18 days, she testified in graphic detail. She spoke calmly. She cried selectively. She described herself as a victim of abuse. She tried to portray Travis as controlling and violent. Prosecutors dismantled her testimony piece by piece. They presented evidence of stalking behavior. They showed how Jodi slashed Travis's tires weeks before the murder. They demonstrated how she accessed his accounts, followed his movements, and refused to accept rejection. They showed the jury how she had planned the trip, rented a car, purchased a weapon, and attempted to erase her trail. The camera images were unavoidable. The jury saw the progression from intimacy to violence. They saw Travis alive, then injured, then dying. There was no reasonable explanation for those images that aligned with self-defense. In May 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The sentencing phase took years. Prosecutors sought the death penalty. The jury could not agree. Eventually, Jodi Arias was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remains incarcerated today. Travis Alexander was remembered as a man who trusted the wrong person, a man whose kindness and openness were used against him. His death was not the result of sudden rage, but of long-term obsession and entitlement. The Jodi Arias case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for its transparency. Rarely does a murder come with a visual timeline. Rarely does a killer speak so freely, so often, and so contradictorily. It is a story about obsession turning lethal, about rejection becoming unbearable, and about how the most dangerous relationships are sometimes the ones that appear passionate rather than violent. When someone refuses to let go, refuses to accept no, and refuses to release control, the outcome can be catastrophic. This case stands as a reminder that intimacy does not equal safety. That obsession is not love, and that sometimes the truth is captured not through confession, but through the silent evidence left behind. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who laughed in front of children, entertained them with balloons and magic tricks, and yet kept a horrifying secret hidden beneath the walls of his own home. A man who lived a seemingly ordinary life in a quiet Chicago suburb, while committing crimes that would terrorize an entire city and horrify the world. This is the story of John Wayne Gacy. Born in 1942 in Chicago, Gacy grew up in a home that was anything but nurturing. His father was abusive, often angry, and Gacy later described the environment as controlling and terrifying. As a child, he developed a complex relationship with authority and a deep-seated need to maintain appearances. Early on, he learned to present a facade to the world, polite, charming, obedient. But underneath, a dark obsession began to form, a fascination with power, with control, and ultimately, with domination over the lives of others. By the 1960s, Gacy was an adult, married, and attempting to build a life that looked conventional. He ran small businesses, worked in politics, and became known as a community volunteer. People who met him described him as charismatic, affable, and trustworthy. He was generous to neighbors, organized events for local children, and even dressed as Pogo the Clown for parties and charity events. His public persona was impeccable, carefully curated to hide the turmoil and urges that lay beneath. But the calm suburban life was deceptive. Behind closed doors, Gacy began luring young men and boys into his home under the pretense of work, friendship, or mentorship. Once inside, he would overpower them, often using restraints to bind their wrists and ankles, manipulating them in ways that were horrifying and meticulously planned. These early offenses were carefully concealed, sometimes for years, because Gacy knew exactly how to maintain the appearance of innocence. His neighbors and colleagues had no reason to suspect the man who handed out candy at parades or posed with children in clown makeup could be capable of such crimes. By the early 1970s, the pattern escalated. Gacy began targeting teenage boys and young men he met at construction sites, bus stops, or social gatherings. He promised them work, money, or simply friendship. Once in his home, he would restrain them, assault them, and ultimately murder them. The killings were often methodical. Gacy had a system. He used handcuffs, rope, and occasionally chemical restraints to immobilize his victims. Many of the bodies were buried in the crawl space and basement of his own house, hidden beneath layers of concrete and flooring. Some he disposed of elsewhere, but the majority never left the property. Despite the horrors he committed, Gacy maintained a life of careful balance. He entertained children in the neighborhood as Pogo the Clown, volunteered for local politicians, and attended community events. To the outside world, he was the perfect neighbor, the model citizen. No one suspected that under the foundation of his home, beneath the polished floors and carefully maintained lawns, dozens of young men were missing. Gacy's ability to manipulate extended beyond his victims. When questioned about disappearances, he presented alibis, misled investigators, and deflected suspicion onto others. He cultivated a sense of trust, often leveraging his community connections to avoid scrutiny. In many ways, his public persona acted as camouflage, allowing him to continue his crimes for years without interference. The pattern began to unravel in December of 1978. One of Gacy's employees, a young man named Robert Piest, disappeared after leaving work to meet him. Piest's disappearance triggered an investigation that finally pierced the careful layers Gacy had built around himself. Police began examining his home, questioning neighbors, and piecing together the timeline of his movements and associations. The facade that had protected him for years was starting to crumble. When authorities entered Gacy's house, the full scale of his crimes was revealed. The basement and crawl space contained evidence of the murders he had carefully concealed. Bodies were found stacked and buried, some wrapped, some in plain sight beneath the flooring. The discovery shocked the nation. It was one thing to suspect an individual of serial killings. It was another to confront the reality of dozens of lives taken, methodically hidden, and systematically controlled within the walls of a single home. Gacy was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During the trial, his calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the horror of the crimes. He spoke politely, attempted to rationalize some behaviors, and even tried to negotiate with the court. The evidence, however, was overwhelming. Forensic analysis, victim testimony, and the meticulous records of disappearances and interactions left no doubt about his guilt. In 1980, Gacy was convicted of 33 murders, though investigators later speculated he may have claimed more victims. He was sentenced to death and spent the next 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 1994. His crimes left a permanent scar on the Chicago community, the families of the victims, and the national consciousness. The John Wayne Gacy case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for the terrifying juxtaposition of normalcy and horror. The man who entertained children as a clown, volunteered in politics, and maintained an impeccable suburban facade was the same man who lured, assaulted, and killed dozens of young men. It is a reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary of appearances, and that careful, methodical planning can make monsters nearly invisible to the world around them. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story, a quiet story, about a family that looked perfect from the outside. A story about trust, control, and a death that was made to look like an accident. Take a moment and settle in. In a quiet neighborhood in Pleasant Grove, Utah, there lived a woman named Michelle McNeil. She was a mother of 8 children, a devoted wife, and by most accounts, a kind and gentle person. Her husband, Martin McNeil, appeared successful. He was a doctor and a lawyer, respected, well-spoken, confident. To the outside world, they were a stable, accomplished family. But inside their home, things were very different. In December of 2008, Michelle was recovering from a cosmetic surgery, a facelift. It wasn't something she truly wanted, but Martin had insisted. He told her it would help her feel better, look better, be happier. Michelle trusted him. After all, he was a doctor, and he was her husband. During her recovery, Martin took control. He managed her medications. He decided what she took. And when she took it, Michelle was weak, in pain, and heavily medicated. On the morning of April 11th, 2007, Martin called 911. His voice was calm, controlled. He told the operator he had found his wife unresponsive in the bathtub. When paramedics arrived, Michelle McNeil was already dead. She lay in the tub, water still around her. Martin told police that she must have collapsed while bathing. That was a tragic accident, possibly related to her surgery. At first, authorities believed him. The case was closed, but Michelle's daughters were uneasy. Something didn't feel right. Their parents' marriage had been strained for years. They had seen their father behave strangely, cold, secretive, and then something disturbing happened. Just 2 weeks after Michelle's death, a woman moved into the family home. Her name was Gypsy Willis. Martin introduced her as the nanny, but the daughters knew better. They soon discovered the truth. Gypsy was not a nanny. She was Martin's mistress, and the affair had been going on for years. The timing made no sense. Their mother had barely been buried, and another woman was already living in her place. That was the moment the daughters began asking questions. They looked into Michelle's surgery, the medications, the recovery. They learned that the drugs Michelle had been given should never have been taken together. The combination was dangerous, potentially fatal. Those medications could cause someone to lose consciousness, slow their breathing, leave them helpless. And Martin had controlled every dose. The daughters went to police. They said they believed their father had overdosed their mother. That once she was unconscious, he drowned her in the bathtub. At first, investigators hesitated, but the daughters didn't stop. They kept pushing. Medical experts reviewed the evidence again. They found that the medications in Michelle's system were not taken gradually. They had been given all at once. That detail changed everything. Investigators also uncovered something else. Martin McNeil had lied for years about his credentials, about his past, about who he really was. Witnesses came forward. They spoke of manipulation, control, and disturbing comments Martin had made about wanting freedom. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested. He was charged with murder. Prosecutors said he forced Michelle into surgery, over-medicated her, and when she lost consciousness, he staged her death to look like an accident. At trial, Michelle's daughters testified. They spoke calmly, but firmly. They described their mother's fear, her weakness, and their father's behavior after her death. Medical experts explained the drugs, the dosage, and why it could not have been accidental. The defense claimed it was a tragic mistake. The jury did not believe them. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Justice came slowly, but it came. Michelle McNeil was a mother, a caregiver, a woman who trusted the wrong person. Her daughters refused to let her death be forgotten. Their persistence brought the truth into the light. Without them, the case would have stayed closed forever. Martin McNeil died in prison in 2017, but Michelle's story remains. A reminder that not all dangers are strangers. That control can hide behind care, and that quiet determination can uncover even the most carefully hidden crimes. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a teenager who went to a party on New Year's Eve, about a young woman who never made it home, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when advances in DNA technology identified a killer who had been hiding for decades. In December 1996, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was living in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She was working a local store and living on her own in a small apartment. Angie was known for her kind personality and her love of animals. She had her whole life ahead of her and was making plans for her future. On June 13, 1996, Angie didn't show up for work at the store where she was employed. Her co-workers became concerned because Angie was reliable and always called if she couldn't make it. When she didn't answer her phone, her manager asked police to check on her. Officers went to Angie's apartment and made a horrific discovery. Angie had been attacked and murdered in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a brutal assault. She had been stabbed repeatedly, and her body had been left in the apartment. The violence of the attack shocked the small community of Idaho Falls. Police immediately began investigating who could have committed such a terrible crime. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the crime scene. In 1996, DNA technology was still relatively new, but was becoming more useful in solving crimes. The DNA found at the scene was from a male who was not Angie's boyfriend or anyone else known to be in her apartment. Police had genetic evidence from the killer, but no match in any database. The investigation focused on anyone who knew Angie or had been in her apartment. Police interviewed friends, coworkers, neighbors, and acquaintances. They looked for anyone who might have had a motive or opportunity. Despite extensive interviews and investigation, police couldn't identify a solid suspect. The case was going cold. Then police focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who knew some of Angie's friends. After hours of interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's murder. He said he had been at the apartment with other people when Angie was attacked. His confession included details that seemed to match the crime scene. Christopher was arrested and charged with murder. But there were major problems with Christopher's confession. The details kept changing with each telling. He would say something happened one way, then change the story when police told him that didn't match the evidence. Most importantly, his DNA did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. Despite this, prosecutors moved forward with charging him. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years before parole. The conviction was based almost entirely on his confession. The DNA evidence that didn't match him was explained away by prosecutors who said other people must have been involved. Christopher maintained that his confession had been coerced and that he was innocent. For 20 years, Christopher Tapp sat in prison for a murder he insisted he didn't commit. His family believed he was innocent. Advocacy groups that worked on wrongful convictions took up his case. They pointed to the DNA evidence that clearly showed someone else had been at the crime scene. They argued that Christopher's confession had been false and coerced. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, also came to believe that Christopher was innocent. She reviewed the evidence and the interrogation tapes. She saw how police had fed Christopher information and how his story had changed based on what they told him. Carol wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. In 2017, advances in DNA technology and the development of genealogical databases offered new hope. Investigators decided to use genetic genealogy to identify the person whose DNA had been found at Angie's murder scene. They uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases and began building family trees. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips. Drips had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's murder. In fact, he had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In May 2019, police arrested Brian Drips and charged him with murder and assault. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed. He admitted that he had gone to Angie's apartment and attacked her. He said he had acted alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips had committed the crime by himself and had lived freely for 23 years while Christopher was wrongly imprisoned. Christopher Tapp was released from prison in 2017 after serving 20 years. The charges against him were eventually dropped completely. He was exonerated and received compensation for his wrongful conviction. But nothing could give back the 20 years he had lost. He had been a teenager when he was arrested and was now a middle-aged man. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to murder and assault. He was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars for killing Angie Dodge. His confession provided some closure for Angie's family, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the injustice of the wrong person being convicted. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was taken. She had been working hard and living independently. She had dreams and plans for her future. She deserved to continue living and pursuing those dreams. Instead, she encountered Brian Drips, who lived in her building and saw her as a victim. The case became a landmark example of wrongful conviction and how false confessions can lead to injustice. Christopher Tapp's interrogation tapes are now used in training to show how coercive techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. The case showed the importance of DNA evidence and how it should never be ignored when it doesn't match the suspect. Carol Dodge, Angie's mother, became an advocate for both her daughter and for Christopher Tapp. Her willingness to admit that the wrong person had been convicted, even though it meant acknowledging the case wasn't truly solved, showed remarkable integrity. She wanted real justice, not just someone to blame. Her advocacy helped free an innocent man and eventually catch the real killer. The Angie Dodge case demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and correcting wrongful convictions. It showed that even decades after a crime, new technology can reveal the truth. And it proved that the justice system, while imperfect, can sometimes correct its mistakes when people are willing to admit errors and pursue the truth regardless of where it leads. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teenage girl who went to a party and never came home, about a case that divided a small California town, and about how a sexual assault accusation led to a tragic death and a trial that exposed deep divisions in a community. In September 2012, 15-year-old Audrey Pott attended a party at a friend's house in Saratoga, California, while the friend's parents were away. Audrey was a freshman in high school, artistic and outgoing, with a close group of friends. She had been drinking at the party and passed out in a bedroom. While she was unconscious, 3 teenage boys sexually assaulted her and took photographs of what they had done. Audrey woke up the next morning with marker drawings on her body, but no memory of what had happened to her. Over the next few days, she began to piece together what had occurred as photos started circulating among students at her school. The images spread through text messages and social media, and Audrey realized that her assault had become public entertainment for her classmates. The humiliation was unbearable for Audrey. Students were talking about what had happened, making jokes, and sharing the photos. She felt violated not just by the assault itself, but by having her worst moment turned into gossip and mockery. She reached out to friends expressing her anguish and despair, saying that her life was ruined and that she couldn't face people at school. On September 12, 2012, just 8 days after the party, Audrey Pott took her own life. Her parents found her and were devastated, initially not understanding what had driven their daughter to such despair. It wasn't until later that they learned about the assault and the photos that had been circulating at school. The case drew national attention and became part of a broader conversation about teenage sexual assault, bullying, and the role of social media in amplifying trauma. Audrey's parents, Larry Pott and Sheila Pott, decided to go public with what had happened to their daughter, hoping to raise awareness and prevent similar tragedies. The 3 boys involved in the assault were arrested and charged in juvenile court. Because they were minors, their identities were not publicly released, and the proceedings were handled differently than they would have been in adult court. The boys initially denied the assault, claiming it had been consensual, despite the fact that Audrey had been unconscious. The case highlighted serious gaps in how sexual assault is understood and prosecuted, particularly when it involves teenagers and alcohol. California law is clear that someone who is unconscious cannot consent to sexual activity, but defense attorneys try to argue that the boys hadn't understood what they were doing was assault. They portrayed the incident as teenage experimentation gone wrong rather than a serious crime. In 2014, the 3 boys pleaded guilty to the charges. Because the case was in juvenile court and the defendants were minors, the sentences were relatively light. They received sentences ranging from 30 to 45 days in juvenile detention, along with probation. Many people, including Audrey's family, felt that the punishment did not match the severity of the crime or adequately reflect the tragic outcome. Audrey's parents filed a civil lawsuit against the families of the boys involved, seeking to hold them accountable for their son's actions. The lawsuit also named the school district, arguing that officials had not done enough to address the culture that allowed such behavior to occur. The civil case was eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. The Audrey Pot case became one of several high-profile instances that exposed how teenage sexual assault was being minimized and how social media was being used to further victimize survivors. Around the same time, a similar case in Steubenville, Ohio, involved high school football players who had assaulted an unconscious girl and shared photos and videos of the assault online. These cases sparked a national conversation about rape culture, particularly in high school settings where athletes or popular students sometimes received preferential treatment. They highlighted how victims were often blamed or shamed, while perpetrators faced minimal consequences. The cases also exposed how social media had created new ways to torment victims by making private assaults into public spectacles. Audrey's parents became advocates for change, pushing for stronger laws and better education about consent and sexual assault. They worked with lawmakers in California to pass legislation addressing the issues highlighted by their daughter's case. They also established a foundation in Audrey's name to promote awareness and prevention of sexual assault among teenagers. The case had a lasting impact on how schools approach sexual assault education and how law enforcement handles cases involving teenage victims and perpetrators. It contributed to broader conversations about the need for comprehensive consent education and about the legal and social consequences of sharing intimate images without permission. For Audrey's family and friends, the tragedy left a permanent void. Audrey had been a talented artist who loved music and had dreams for her future. Her parents kept her bedroom as she had left it, preserving the artwork on her walls and the creative projects she had been working on. They spoke publicly about her not to define her by what happened to her, but to honor who she had been and to prevent other families from experiencing similar loss. The 3 boys involved in the assault have since completed their sentences and moved on with their lives, largely protected by the anonymity afforded by the juvenile justice system. Audrey's parents have expressed frustration that the boys faced relatively minor consequences while their daughter paid with her life. They've spoken about the injustice of perpetrators being able to move forward while victims and their families carry the trauma forever. Audrey Pot's case remains a powerful and tragic example of how sexual assault, victim blaming, and social media can combine with devastating consequences. She was a young girl who went to a party and was victimized twice. First by the assault itself, and then by having that assault made public and turned into entertainment by her peers. The shame and humiliation became too much to bear, and she saw no way forward. Her story continues to be told not for sensationalism, but as a cautionary tale and a call to action. It reminds us that sexual assault is never the victim's fault, that consent cannot be given by someone who is unconscious, and that sharing intimate images without consent is a violation that can have tragic consequences. Audrey Pot should have had the chance to grow up, to develop her artistic talents, and to live the life she had been building. Instead, she became a symbol of the urgent need for change in how society addresses sexual violence and protects young people from harm. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective, a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores, and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John Orr had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where Orr was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that Orr had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that Orr had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John Orr, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John Orr was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that Orr had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy businessman who seemed to have a perfect life, about a wife and mother who disappeared without a trace, and about how a case that went unsolved for decades was finally cracked when new witnesses came forward with the truth they had been too afraid to tell. In May 1983, Linda McClelland was a 31-year-old woman living in Simsbury, Connecticut with her 3 young children. She had been going through a difficult divorce from her husband, Robert McClelland, a successful businessman. The divorce was contentious, with disputes over custody of the children and division of assets. On May 24, 1983, Linda dropped her children off at school and then vanished. She was never seen again. When Linda failed to pick up her children from school that afternoon, family members became alarmed. Linda was a devoted mother who would never abandon her kids. Her car was found parked at a shopping center, but there was no sign of where she had gone. Inside the car, police found her purse with her identification and money still inside, suggesting she hadn't left voluntarily. Police immediately suspected foul play and focused their investigation on Robert McClelland. The couple had been in the middle of a bitter divorce, and Linda had recently been granted temporary custody of the children. Robert had a strong motive, and witnesses reported that he had been angry about the divorce proceedings. But without a body or physical evidence, police couldn't build a strong enough case to charge him. Robert McClelland claimed he had no idea what had happened to his wife. He said he had been at work on the day she disappeared and suggested that Linda might have simply decided to leave and start a new life somewhere else. But everyone who knew Linda rejected this theory. She was deeply devoted to her 3 children and would never have abandoned them, especially in the middle of a custody battle. The case went cold for decades. Linda's children grew up without their mother, never knowing what had happened to her. The oldest child, who had been just 7 years old when Linda disappeared, carried the trauma of losing their mother under such mysterious circumstances. The family never stopped hoping for answers, but as years turned into decades, it seemed less and less likely they would ever learn the truth. Robert McClelland moved on with his life. He eventually remarried and continued his business career. To outsiders, he seemed like a man who had overcome tragedy and rebuilt his life. But people close to the case never forgot about Linda, and some investigators remained convinced that Robert knew more than he was saying. Then in 2020, nearly 40 years after Linda disappeared, the case suddenly broke open. New witnesses came forward with information they had been too frightened to share decades earlier. These witnesses were people who had been close to Robert McClelland at the time of Linda's disappearance, and they had damaging information about what had really happened. One witness revealed that Robert had confessed to taking Linda's life. According to this person, Robert had admitted that he killed Linda and disposed of her body in a location where it would never be found. The witness had kept this secret for decades out of fear of Robert and concern about not being believed, but finally decided to come forward as time passed and Robert aged. Additional witnesses provided information about Robert's behavior around the time of the disappearance. They described him acting suspiciously and making statements that suggested he was involved in Linda's vanishing. Some witnesses said Robert had asked for help disposing of evidence, or had been seen cleaning his car obsessively in the days after Linda went missing. Armed with this new testimony, police reopened the investigation. In September 2020, They arrested 80-year-old Robert McClelland and charged him with taking his wife's life. After nearly 4 decades, he was finally being held accountable for what investigators had long suspected he had done. The arrest brought mixed emotions for Linda's family and children. They were relieved that someone was finally being charged for their mother's disappearance. But they were also heartbroken knowing they would never get their mother back, and that they had lived most of their lives without knowing the truth. They also had to face the reality that their father was accused of taking their mother's life. Robert McClelland's case went to trial in 2023. The prosecution presented the testimony of witnesses who said Robert had confessed to the crime decades earlier. They presented evidence about the timing of Linda's disappearance and Robert's behavior afterward. They argued that Robert had a clear motive, given the contentious divorce and custody battle, and that he had killed Linda to avoid losing his children and having to pay support. The defense argued that the case was based on decades-old memories and that the witnesses weren't credible. They pointed out that Linda's body had never been found and that there was no physical evidence linking Robert to her disappearance. They suggested that without a body or forensic evidence, the prosecution's case was based on speculation and unreliable testimony from people with potentially questionable motives. The trial was emotional, with Linda's children now adults testifying about growing up without their mother and living with the uncertainty of not knowing what had happened to her. They spoke about birthdays and graduations and weddings that their mother had missed and about the hole in their lives that had never been filled. In 2023, after hearing all the evidence, the jury found Robert McClelland guilty of manslaughter in connection with Linda's death. While prosecutors had argued for a conviction on stronger charges, the jury settled on manslaughter, perhaps reflecting the challenges of prosecuting a 40-year-old case without physical evidence. Robert was sentenced to prison, and while the sentence couldn't undo decades of pain, it brought some measure of justice for Linda and her family. Linda McClelland's body has never been recovered. Despite the conviction, Robert McClelland has never revealed what he did with her remains or where she might be found. This has prevented Linda's family from having a proper burial and achieving complete closure. They continue to hope that someday they might be able to lay Linda to rest with dignity. The case serves as a reminder that even cold cases can be solved when witnesses find the courage to come forward. It took nearly 40 years, but the truth about Linda McClelland's fate finally emerged. She was a mother who loved her children and who was taken from them by someone who should have protected her. While justice came far too late, it came nonetheless, proving that time doesn't erase the truth and that families who refuse to give up hope can sometimes get the answers they deserve. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 Boy Scouts who went on a camping trip in the Oklahoma wilderness, about a night of unimaginable horror, and about a case that has haunted investigators and families for over 40 years with questions that may never be fully answered. In June 1977, 3 young girls were excited to attend Camp Scott, a Girl Scout camp located in the hills near Locust Grove, Oklahoma. 8-year-old Lori Lee Farmer, 9-year-old Michelle Heather Guza, and 10-year-old Doris Denise Milner had just arrived at the camp for what was supposed to be a fun summer experience. They were assigned to tent number 8 in the Kiowa unit, one of the most remote areas of the camp. On the night of June 12, 1977, the girls settled into their sleeping bags in tent 8 along with other campers throughout the camp. The counselors made their rounds, checking on the girls before heading to their own tents. Everything seemed normal and peaceful as the camp settled down for the night. But sometime during the dark hours, something terrible happened. The next morning, on June 13th, a camp counselor walking to the showers made a horrifying discovery. She found the bodies of Lori, Michelle, and Doris along a trail leading to the showers. All 3 girls had been attacked and taken from their tent during the night. They had been assaulted and beaten. The scene was brutal and shocking, especially in the context of what was supposed to be a safe summer camp environment. Police were called immediately, and Camp Scott was evacuated. Parents rushed to pick up their daughters, many learning about the tragedy only when they arrived. The peaceful Girl Scout camp had become a crime scene, and investigators from multiple agencies descended on the remote location to try to piece together what had happened. Evidence at the scene suggested that someone had entered the camp from outside and specifically targeted Tent 8. Items belonging to the girls were found scattered along the path where their bodies were discovered. Investigators also found a flashlight and other items that appeared to belong to the perpetrator. Most disturbing was evidence that suggested the attacker had been inside the tent and had carried or led the girls away before attacking them. Police quickly focused their investigation on a local man named Gene Leroy Hart. Hart was a Cherokee man who had escaped from prison years earlier, where he had been serving time for previous violent crimes. He was familiar with the area around Camp Scott and had been living as a fugitive in the woods. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man near the camp in the days before the attacks, and the description matched Hart. Hart was a known criminal with a history of violence. He had been convicted of kidnapping and assaulting 2 pregnant women in 1966 and had escaped from prison in 1973. He had been on the run for years, and many people believed he had been hiding in the caves and wilderness around the Camp Scott area. The theory was that he had come across the camp and decided to attack. After an intensive manhunt, Gene Leroy Hart was captured in April 1978, nearly a year after the attacks. He was arrested at a residence where he had been hiding and was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life. The community was relieved that a suspect was in custody, but the legal battle was just beginning. Hart's trial took place in 1979 and became one of the most watched trials in Oklahoma history. The prosecution presented evidence, including hair samples found at the scene that appeared to match Hart, items found near the crime scene that were linked to him, and testimony about his presence in the area. They argued that Hart's history of violence and his familiarity with the wilderness made him the obvious perpetrator. The defense, however, challenged the evidence. They brought in their own experts who questioned the hair analysis and suggested that the evidence had been contaminated or mishandled. They argued that Hart had been unfairly targeted because of his criminal record and that the physical evidence wasn't strong enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he was responsible. In March 1979, after lengthy deliberations, the jury found Gene Leroy Hart not guilty on all charges. The verdict shocked many people, especially the families of the victims who believed Hart was responsible. The acquittal meant that legally, the case remained unsolved and no one had been held accountable for the deaths of Lori, Michelle, and Doris. Just 2 months after his acquittal, in June 1979, Gene Leroy Hart died of a heart attack while exercising in prison where he was serving time for his previous convictions. His death meant he could never be tried again if new evidence emerged, and it left many questions forever unanswered. In 2008, authorities decided to use modern DNA technology to re-examine evidence from the case. DNA samples from the crime scene were compared to DNA from Gene Leroy Hart and his relatives. The results were inconclusive, but suggested that Hart could not be definitively ruled out as a contributor to some of the evidence. However, the testing also couldn't definitively prove he was responsible. In 2022, further DNA testing was conducted using even more advanced technology. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation announced that the new testing showed that Hart's DNA was a match to evidence found at the crime scene. While this wasn't a legal conviction since Hart had been acquitted and was deceased, the testing gave investigators confidence that they had indeed identified the right person all along. For the families of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Doris Milner, the DNA results brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo decades of pain and uncertainty. The 3 girls had been excited about their camping trip and had looked forward to making friends and having adventures. Instead, they encountered evil in a place that should have been safe. Camp Scott never reopened after the attacks. The property was eventually sold, and the camp structures were demolished. The site stands as a reminder of the tragedy that occurred there and the 3 young lives that were stolen on that June night in 1977. The case of the Girl Scout murders remains one of Oklahoma's most notorious unsolved cases in the eyes of many, despite the DNA evidence pointing to Hart. Because he was acquitted in court and died shortly after, there was never legal resolution. The case highlighted failures in camp security and led to changes in how overnight camps protect children in their care. Lori, Michelle, and Doris were young girls who should have had their whole lives ahead of them. They should have grown up, graduated from school, and had families of their own. Instead, their lives ended on a camping trip that was supposed to be filled with joy and adventure. A tragic reminder that evil can strike even in the most innocent of settings. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodge wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained: who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he'd gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the second mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the state attorney general's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds were those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14th, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a 3-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pitezel, drew police attention. Pitezel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous murder castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pitezel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The murder castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car in a John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had two sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her two sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed raw. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many questioned the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in shadows, about a community paralyzed by fear, and about how one person's reign of terror can change an entire region forever. In the rural towns of Texarkana, straddling the border between Texas and Arkansas, the spring of 1946 should have been a time of celebration. World War II had ended, soldiers were returning home, and America was entering a new era of prosperity. But a series of attacks was about to transform this peaceful community into a place of fear, where people were afraid to leave their homes after dark. This is the story of the Phantom Killer, an unidentified person who terrorized Texarkana for 10 weeks in 1946. Between February and May, this individual attacked 8 people, taking the lives of 5 in a series of incidents that targeted young couples parked on lovers' lanes. The attacks were brutal and seemingly random, creating panic throughout the region. Despite one of the largest investigations in Texas history, the Phantom Killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved nearly 80 years later. The attacks began on February 22, 1946, when a young couple, Jimmy Hollis and Mary Jean Larry, were parked on a secluded road outside Texarkana. A man approached their car, shining a flashlight and carrying a weapon. He ordered them out of the vehicle and attacked them both. Jimmy was struck repeatedly, and Mary Jean was harmed before the attacker fled. Both survived, though they were traumatized by the experience. Police investigated but found few clues. The victims could provide only a vague description of their attacker, who had used the darkness and his flashlight to keep his face hidden. The incident seemed like an isolated attack, terrible but not necessarily part of a pattern. 3 weeks later, on March 24th, another couple was attacked. Richard Griffin and Polly and Moore were found deceased in Richard's car on a secluded road. Both had been shot, and the scenes suggested the attacker had surprised them while they were parked. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially did not connect it to the earlier attack on Hollis and Larry. On April 14th, another couple was attacked on a lover's lane. Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker were found deceased, their bodies showing they had been shot. Paul's body was found near his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered some distance away, suggesting she had tried to escape. The pattern was now undeniable. Someone was targeting young couples in parked cars. The community descended into panic. Parents forbade teenagers from going out at night. Businesses closed early. People installed extra locks and kept weapons near their beds. The Texas Rangers, FBI, and local law enforcement agencies launched a massive investigation, but the killer remained elusive. On May 3rd, the pattern changed. The attacker struck at a home rather than targeting a couple in a car. Virgil Starks was in his living room when he was shot through a window. His wife Katie survived despite being shot twice and managed to call for help. This home invasion suggested the killer was escalating or changing tactics, creating even more fear. After the Starks attack, the incidents stopped as suddenly as they had begun. No more attacks occurred, and the Phantom Killer seemed to vanish. Investigators pursued thousands of leads and interviewed countless suspects, but no arrests were made. The case gradually went cold, though it was never officially closed. The Phantom attacks had several unusual characteristics that made them difficult to solve. The attacker seemed to have knowledge of the area and knew which locations were isolated and frequented by couples. The attacks were spread out over 10 weeks, suggesting planning rather than impulsive violence. The shift from targeting couples in cars to attacking a home showed adaptability. Over the decades, numerous theories have been proposed about the Phantom's identity. One prominent suspect was Yowell Swinney, a car thief who was in the area during the attacks. His wife claimed he had confessed to her, but her testimony was deemed unreliable and insufficient for prosecution. Swinney was never charged with the phantom attacks, though he spent time in prison for other crimes. He passed away in 1994, taking any secrets he might have had with him. Other theories suggested the killer might have been a transient passing through the area, which would explain why the attacks stopped suddenly. Some speculated he might have been someone who left for military service or moved away. Others wondered if he might have been incarcerated for unrelated crimes or passed away, ending his opportunity to attack. The case inspired the 1976 film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, which dramatized the attacks and brought renewed attention to the unsolved case. The movie blended facts with fiction, creating a legend that sometimes overshadowed the real tragedy of the victims and their families. The 5 people who lost their lives were young people with their futures ahead of them. Richard Griffin was a soldier who had recently returned from World War II. Polly Ann Moore was his girlfriend. Paul Martin was planning to attend college. Betty Jo Booker was a talented musician. Virgil Starks was a farmer living peacefully with his wife. They were ordinary people whose lives were cut short by violence that seemed to come from nowhere. The survivors, Jimmy Hollis, Mary Jean Larry, and Katie Starks, lived with trauma from their encounters with the Phantom. They had looked into the face of this mysterious attacker and survived, but they carried the psychological scars for the rest of their lives. The Texarkana Phantom case remains one of America's most famous unsolved series of attacks. It represents a time when forensic science was limited, when regional law enforcement agencies struggled to coordinate, and when a determined individual could terrorize an entire community and then disappear without trace. The case also reveals how fear can grip a community when violence seems random and the perpetrator remains unknown. Texarkana in 1946 became a place where neighbors suspected each other, where normal activities like dating became dangerous, and where the inability to solve the crimes created lasting unease. Nearly 80 years later, the identity of the Phantom Killer remains unknown. The case files are still open, though most of the original investigators have passed away. Advances in forensic technology offer little help when physical evidence from the 1940s was limited and has degraded or been lost over time. The Phantom Killer took 5 lives, destroyed the peace of an entire community, and created a mystery that has never been solved. Whoever this person was, they committed terrible crimes and then disappeared, leaving behind only questions, grief, and the knowledge that sometimes evil can strike without warning, without explanation, and without ever facing justice. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, 2 teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her 2 best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the 2 girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children, even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to one or two cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained imprisoned in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil, and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina DeJesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina DeJesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina DeJesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison, and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was: a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser.